Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few minutes and we start the afternoon program with the finals first. C1 under 23 men 500 meters final B at Club 55 is our first race.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Paddle Europe Junior Under 23 Canoe Sprint European Championships. We're back for the afternoon finals, the afternoon races here in Szeged Matyr. My name is Rebby Simon, a former Team GB canoeist and Olympian, and I'll be your commentator for the rest of the day here today. We've got first race of the afternoon starting in just a few minutes' time. It's the B final of the C1 under 23 men in the 500 meters. You can see the start list soon up on the screen. Start time for this race is at 12:55 of the B final. You can see the athletes lining up. In lane 1 we'll have Georgia, lane 2 Spain, lane 3 Portugal, lane 4 Slovakia, lane 5 Denmark, lane 6 Lithuania, lane 7 Ukraine, lane 8 France, and lane 9 Romania. After this race we have a few more B finals before we move on to the A finals. C2s and K2s, followed by some C1s, and then we move on to the 200-meter distances. But first, the C1 under 23 men's 500-meter B final. You can see the athletes already approaching the start line. They're going into the gates soon. So whoever wins this race will be 10th overall in Europe. So they'll be in the top 10 in this event. The weather is still sunny. We still have the headwind from this morning. Hasn't gotten much stronger, as we can see from up here, which is great news for the athletes. Also means a longer race for them, but they would have practiced in this weather as well, I'm sure. Under starters orders now. And a clear start from these athletes, the B final of this event. Looks like lane 1 from Georgia is taking the first half of this race a bit easier, but lane 3, the Portuguese athlete, is out in front along with the Danish and the Romanian. They are top 3 at the moment going into the first 200 meters of this race. And then we'll see the official standings when we get to the 250-meter mark, and split times as well in the first half of this 500-meter race. Lane 9 from Romania, Rotundu, is in the lead at the moment, just ahead of Scales from Denmark. At the 250-meter mark, we have Romania in the lead, closely followed by Denmark and Portugal. Not far behind is the Lithuanian athlete, and close to them is the Slovakia. And the top 5 are within a second of each other going into the last 200 meters of the race now. So the race is on for 10th for the winner here in this B final. You can see the Danish athlete picking up the speed now, picking up his stroke rate to take the lead from the Portuguese, the Romanian, and the Lithuanian. So the Portuguese is also trying to fight back in the last 100 meters of the race now, but the Danish is still holding on to the lead. You can see the Danish athlete paddling in long strokes. About 30 meters left of the race. Denmark still holds on to the lead, but you can see the Portuguese lifting the rate and now takes over the lead from the Danish athlete to take the win. So the Portuguese Thiago Maciel takes the win in front of Arthur Scales from Denmark. So 10th and 11th overall for the top two from this race. And there's your winner of the B final, Tiago Maciel from Portugal. We'll see the A final of this event in about 40 minutes, time at 1:35. So this is the B final. And we can see the replay of this event. Portuguese takes the win ahead of the Danish. We have to wait for confirmation of who took third in the end. We can see the next B final lining up, the C1 Junior Man 500 meter B final. We have 3 heats in this race, so 3 athletes qualified directly from the heats onto the A final. The rest of the athletes had to go through the semi-finals. From the semi-finals, 4th to 7th qualified into this B final with also the best 8th time. So once again, top 10 is up for grabs here for the winner of this B final. Start time for this race is in about 2 minutes at 1 o'clock. And in lane 1, we'll have Azerbaijan. In lane 2, Georgia. Lane 3, Poland. Lane 4, Bulgaria. Lane 5, Germany. Lane 6, Romania. Lane 7, France. Lane 8, Italy. And lane 9, Estonia. There you see the athletes being introduced on the screen one by one. Athletes are now in their own lanes in the starting area, approaching the start line to go into the buckets. Once they're in the buckets, they'll be under starters' orders. Athletes go into the buckets now. Approaching at different times, but pretty much all in at similar timings, all in now and waiting for the ready, set, go from the starting judge. And they're off. Clear start from the field here. Lane 7, the French athlete got out the quickest from the buckets. He's slightly in the lead now ahead of lane 4 and 5 from Bulgaria and Germany. Looks like the German athlete is slightly in the lead ahead of the Bulgarian next to him. So Kafka, Iliev and Vent in the lead from Poland, Bulgaria and Germany. They're your top 3 at the moment, going into the first 200-meter mark of this 500-meter race. We'll see some official standings when they cross the 250-meter mark. Iliev has taken over the lead now, slightly ahead of the German and the Polish athlete next to him, although going through the 250-meter mark. It's now Kafka from Poland who has the slight advantage over lane 4 and 5. Going into the last 200 meters of the race, I'm sure the speed and stroke rates will pick up from these athletes. The race for the win at the moment is on between Kafka and Iliev from Poland and Bulgaria. Stroke by stroke, position changes in the canoe. Each stroke creates a surge in the boat. Sometimes when it's a close finish, it comes down to who got the timing of their last stroke perfectly. So sometimes it's down to luck on the photo finish, but going into the last 100 meters of the race now. it looks like the Polish athlete has a slight lead, although now the Bulgarian Iliev is ahead, but as we saw earlier, stroke by stroke, the leader changes. Polish athlete has a slight advantage now. He'll take the win. Bulgarian takes second and the German stays in third. So Kafka wins this B final. He's 10th overall at this championships. And Iliev takes second with the Wendt in third in this B final. So we have one more B final this afternoon. This first session of this afternoon's racing. That's going to be the K2 Junior Women's 500-meter B final. Before that, we can see the slow motion of the previous race. Clear top 3 in this race. There's a winner from Poland. So next race on course will be the K2 Junior Women 500-meter B final. You can see that boats already lining up. Lane 1, we have Norway. Lane 2, ANA. Lane 3, Israel. Lane 4, Germany. Lane 5, Denmark. Lane 6, Belgium. Lane 7, Croatia. Lane 8, Slovenia. And lane 9, Sweden. This is the last B final before we move back onto the A finals. See the boats approaching the start buckets now. Ready to be in the starters' orders.
Ready, set.
And they're away. Looks like lane 2, the ANA crew, got out of the buckets the quickest from this start line. But the Germans also have a high stroke rate, reaching their max speed quickly. They're in the lead now by about half a boat length ahead of the rest of the field. Going through the first 100 meters, the red boys, they'll soon settle into a nice rhythm, into their 500-meter stroke rate, their 500-meter race pace. And you can now see the Ukrainians coming up on them in lane 7, as well as the ANA crew in lane 2. Looks like lane 2 is taken over the lead now from the Germans. That's the ANA crew with Sepaseva and Kashubina. Going through the first checkpoint of 250 meters, ANA in the lead, followed by Germany and Croatia. The Danish crew not far behind in 4th. Last 200 meters of the race now. Lane 2 still in the lead, about boat length ahead of the Germans in the middle of your screen in lane 4. The Danish girls in lane 5 and in 3rd, but being challenged by the Ukrainians down in lane 7. So lane 2 still in the lead, holding on to the lead, going into the last 50 meters of this race. Looks like they'll take the win in this B final of the Junior Women's K2 500 meters. Stroke rate dropping a little bit now. Looks like the timing's going a bit, but they will hold on to the lead. They'll win this B final. So lane 2 wins, ANA, Norway in 2nd, and Denmark in 3rd. The early leaders from Germany drop back to 5th or 6th. This is your winners of the B final, 10th overall in Europe at this championships. So first A final coming up shortly in about 3 minutes time. C2 Junior Women 500 meters A final. We have the defending world champions in this event from Portugal racing here. We also have the silver and the bronze medalists in this event from the World Championships from a few weeks ago from Canada. We also have some other medalists from that World Championships from Spain in the C4. So a lot of experience in these boats. And it looks like there'll be a race on again for the medalist from Canada, the World Championships medalist from a few weeks ago, back in this race in the middle of your lanes as well, in lane 4, 5 and 6. But in lane 1 we have Ukraine, Chichkevich and Chichkevich. In lane 2 AAMB, Batsvinka and Barisiuk. In lane 3 Czech Republic, Verteimerova and Yirskorva. In lane 4, Spain, Pizarro and Gago. In lane 5, Pospišil and Hamar. In lane 6, Portugal, Lopez and Sousa. In lane 7, ANA of Pochettino and Romaniuk. And lane 8 from Germany, Marder and Lemke. And in lane 9 from France, Dagoneu and Corners. So we have the World Championships gold, silver and bronze medalists in this final. So we would have had 6 boats from the heats qualify directly onto this final, with 3 coming from the semi-finals. So the middle lanes would have qualified from the heats. A lot of people cheering out in the crowds for the athletes about to start their European Championships final. Into the buckets they go now. They're under starters orders, ready to go. And they're away. Clean start from the field. Lane 7. The AANA crew got out the quickest, along with the French, the Hungarians and the Spanish. Portuguese boat are a bit back at this point of the race, but we still have 400 meters left, so nothing is decided. But great start from the Hungarians, taking the lead now. They have about half a boat length over the Spanish and the Czech C2s coming up to the first 200 meters of this race. High stroke rate by the Hungarians and a slightly lower rate from the ANA crew in lane 7. Coming up to the first half of the race, we'll see official standings here. Hungary go through in first, followed by ANA and Spain, closely followed by the Czech C2. Going into the last 200 meters of the race, this is where the rates will pick up, the speed will pick up, and I'm sure the Hungarians will hear the home crowds cheering them on to keep the lead, to take the win in this final, but they're being challenged by the ANA C2 for that win in this race. The Spanish crew are also coming up on them. They're your top 3 at the moment, going into the last 130 meters of the final. Girls are still going strong in the top three. That remains the same, but now the AANA crew have taken over the lead over the Hungarians, over the home favourites, being chased down also by the Spanish. But no doubt about the leader at the moment, lane 7, the ANA crew of Pochetinaca and Romaniuk. The Hungarians are just holding on for second at the moment ahead of Spain, but no doubt about the winner. Hungary will take silver and Spain takes bronze. So ANA, Hungary and Spain are your top three. They're your medalists from this final. But here's the winner. Here's the European champions. You can see the replay and then you can see the finish line in this final. Clear winner, close second and close third. There you can see the supporters from the Czech Republic out in the crowds. So this next A final, C2 under 23 women, 500 meters. In this race, we've got the bronze medalists from the World Championships from a few weeks ago, the Hungarians of Batka and Batka. And we also have the Ukrainian crew. Their teammates won the silver medal at the World Championships. So in lane 2, we have AANA of Korbeleva and Kovaleva. Lane 3, Poland of Marcinowska and Ruzanowska. In lane 4, the Hungarians, Batka and Batka. In lane 5, Spain, Gomez and Koto. In lane 6, Ukraine, Turchin and Shvorak. In lane 7, AAMB, Baranuskoya and Nedelinka. In lane 8, Bulgaria, Angelova and Ivanova. In the buckets, they are already under starters orders, ready to go. And they're away. Clean start by the field here. Lane 7 got the quickest start of them all from the AMB. But we have a strong Spanish crew in the middle as well. Claudia Couto has been to senior championships before as well, so she'll have a lot of experience in this race, along with the medalists from Hungary from the World Championships. But it looks like lane 7, the AMB crew have a boat length lead on the rest of the field now. Spanish are in second at the moment, with the rest of the field pretty much in a line following for that third position. Going through the first 250 meters, a clear lead by the AMB crew. They have a 3-second lead over the Spanish and the Polish going through the 250 meters. Going into the last 200 meters of this race. This is where the 500 meters the races get decided. You can see this crew paddles on the same side. No disadvantage to them in this weather. There's no side wind, so nothing to stop them from going just as fast as the other crews, having paddlers on opposite sides to each other. Going into the last 100 meters of that race now. A and B boat still in the lead. They have about 3 boat lengths on the rest of the field. The Spain in second. There's your leaders at the moment on the screen, and we'll see where the others are. It looks like Spain in second still. The fight is on for silver and bronze at this point. But A and B takes the win. They're your European champions. Spain will take the silver, and Hungary ends up taking the bronze medal just ahead of Poland. That got decided in the last few strokes of that race. That's your winners of this race. They're the European champions, Baranowskaja and Nedelkina from the AMB team. You can see a slow motion of that race. So clear win from this crew to take the win, take the gold medal. There we can see confirmation. AMB takes the win, Spain in second, and Hungary do get the third, just 0.2 seconds ahead of the Polish. So another medal for the Hungarians. So next race on course will be the K2 Junior Women 500 meter A final. This is another exciting race in lane 1, Cruz and Pereira from Portugal. Lane 2, Pirva and Istratescu from Romania. Lane 3, Horvat and Saric from Serbia. Horvat already has a gold medal from earlier today. Lane 4, Kotska and Mek from AMB. And lane 5, the world champions in this event, Hofer and Leszko. In lane 6 from Poland, Michalewska and Piasecka. In lane 7, the Italians Isabella and Krivici. In lane 8, the Czech team of Fisarova and Pospisilova. And in lane 9, San Martin and Alvarez. The Czech crew got the bronze medal in this event at the World Championships, and the Hungarians got the gold. No doubt there'll be ones to watch in this final, but also watch out for the Serbians. Serbians have a freshly crowned European champion in their boat as well. The understarters and orders now in the bucket, ready to go. A great start by all of these athletes, pretty much come out in a line. Lane 8 slightly ahead, but now the Polish crew in lane 6 has a slight lead over the rest of the field, along with the Serbians, the Hungarians and the Italians. They're your top 4 at the moment going into the first 100 meters of this race. Remember that it's a headwind out there, so these girls will have to pace the race to suit the weather conditions. It's going to be a longer race. So that means they need to save a bit of energy to the end. Going through the first 200 meters, the Hungarians now have the lead over the Serbians and the Polish. We'll see the official standings at the halfway point. Hungary lead with Serbia in second and AMB in third, closely followed by the Polish and the Italians. Going into the last 200 meters of this event, they'll pick up the stroke rate here, starting the sprint, finishing the races on for second and third. The AMB boat in lane 4 chasing down the Hungarians to try and take that win from them. But the crowd will be behind them, no doubt about that. Last 100 meters left of the race, and Hungary are still in the lead, working perfectly together, paddling together, giving the power to each other. They're just extending their lead ahead of the AMB crew. Looks like they'll win the European Championships after having won this event already at the World Championships. AMB are in second and the fight is on for third. So Hungary win, AMB in second, and the Italians take third. The celebratory swim for the Hungarians. After just missing the medals for Hofer this morning in the K1, she now takes the win in that K2. Great friends off the water as well, and now after becoming world champions in this event, they're now the European champions as well in this junior women's K2 500 meters. Led pretty much from the first 100 meters right to the end, and managed to extend their lead going into the last 100 meters of this race. Perfectly planned, perfectly executed race by these Hungarians. And you see a very convincing lead by them.
It's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes. Please come to the start in your lane.
There's your winners getting taken out to the side after going for a swim to celebrate their win. So they're your world and European champions for 2026. And here's a confirmation. Hungary, A and B, and Italy are your top 3, are your medalists in this event. So we got the next race lining up already at the K2 Under 23 Women's Final A. We have the world champions again in this race lining up for Poland. So in lane 1, Duran and Paraha from Spain. In lane 2, Martevska and Jaskowska from Poland. They are world champions. In lane 3, Latvia, Kamana and Berzina. In lane 4, Ukraine, Pavlova and Semikina. In lane 5, Misuchenka and Klichinskaya from AMB. In lane 6, Gombash and Petu from Hungary. In lane 7, Vasileva and Kuzmenko from ANA. Lane 8 from France, Bonavaud and Le Foulon. And in lane 9 from Denmark, Nielsen and Bonny. The Hungarians won a medal in the K4 at the World Championships. They've been in this K2 for a good few years. They have a lot of experience racing together. But of course, also watch out for the Polish crew, the current world champions in this event. Going into the buckets now. And they're off. It looks like Hungary is off to a great start in lane 6. They got out the buckets the quickest, along with the Danish down in lane 9, as well as the Ukrainians in lane 4. So Ukraine have about half a boat length lead over the rest of the field at the moment, going into the first 100 meters of this race, and Hungary follow in second, but they're coming up to the leaders now. Not much separating the top 3 at the moment, going into the first 200 meters of this race. They're settled into their rhythms now. They're settled into a nice 500-meter race pace, lengthening their strokes out, especially into this headwind. They'll need to pace this race well to last all the way to the end. So going into the first 250 meters, Ukraine lead just ahead of the AAMB and Hungarian crew. Will go into the last 200 meters of this race, where a lot gets decided in the 500-meter racing. As we've seen earlier in the other finals, this is where a lot of the positions can change and do change. Hungary are coming up on the AIMB crew, as well as the Ukrainians, overtaking the Ukrainians now. AIMB in the lead, with Hungary in close second at the moment. Lane 7, the ANA are also trying to challenge for one of the medals, as well as the Polish up in lane 2, but no doubt about the current leader going into the last 100 meters of that race. The AAMB crew are still in the lead, just ahead of Hungary, Ukraine and Poland. The fight is on for the medals here. Poland are quickly coming up on the Hungarians to take that second spot away from them. AAMB will be the winners in this final. Poland takes second and Hungary take third. Great finish by these athletes in this 500-meter final, demonstrating the different approaches you can take to race this distance. Poland held back a bit at the beginning and came right up on the rest of the field. In the last 100 meters, overtaken the Hungarians and almost catching up to the AAMB, but no one can catch them. They're the European champions. Poland takes silver and Hungary takes the bronze medal. Congratulations to the girls. You can see the slow motion replay of that race. So there's the finish line. A close race between the top 3. Ukraine were not far behind in 4th either. So next race on course will be the C1. Junior men 500-meter final. Lane 2, Oravec from Slovakia. Lane 1, Oravec from Slovakia. Lane 2, Budnik from Ukraine. Lane 3, Mina from ANA. Lane 4, Prochaska from Czech Republic. Lane 5, Karuzi from AAMB. Lane 6, Barna from Hungary. Lane 7, Kunya from Portugal. Lane 8, Railan from Moldova. And lane 9, Ruiz from Spain. The Hungarian Barna took the silver medal at the World Championships in this event, with the Czech athlete taking the bronze medal from a few weeks ago. Into the buckets now and the starters orders. And they're away. It looks like lane 5 got stuck in the bucket a little bit, getting a bit left behind in those first few strokes, but the Czech athletes, along with the Hungarian, got out the quickest. Lane 4 and 6 are your current top 2 going into the first 100 meters of that race. You can see different paddling styles from these two athletes. The Czech athletes has a much higher stroke rate, whereas the Hungarian has more of a lengthened out long strokes. Prochaska has about 2 boat lengths on the rest of the field now, going into the first 200 meters of this race, being followed by the Hungarian, the Moldovan, and the AAMB athlete. Going through the halfway point, we have Czech Republic in the lead, followed by Hungary, Moldova, and AAMB. They're your top 4 at the moment, but not far behind is the Spanish athlete as well. Going into the last 200 meters of this race now, the Czech athlete is still in the lead convincingly in front of the Hungarian and the AAMB, as well as the Moldovan guys. We're into the last 150 meters of the race. This is where they really need to dig deep. The Czech athlete still in the lead ahead of Hungary and AAMB, but now the Hungarian is picking up his stroke rate, trying to catch the Czech athlete to try and get the win from him on this home course. He's from here, from Szeged as well, so this will feel right at home for him, but it doesn't look like he's got enough space left to catch the Czech athlete. We also see Mina from AANA overtaken for third position. The Czech athlete Prochaska will take the win. Barna from Hungary takes second. And Mina from AANA takes the bronze. So there's your winner, European champion. After getting the bronze medal in this event at the World Championships, he now manages to improve on that and turn the bronze into a gold here at the European Championships to take the win. Looks like he's not sure if he won, even though it was pretty clear from up here. Led right from the start all the way to the end. Was being challenged by the Hungarian, the AANA and AANB athletes all the way to the line, but managed to hold on to take the win and be the new European champion. No doubt he wants to follow in the footsteps of the fellow Czech athlete, the canoeing legend of Martin Fuxa. He's gone for a swim. Cool down after taking the win. Next race on course will be the C1 under 23 men this time in the 500 meters. So there's the confirmation: Czech Republic, Hungary and AANA taking your top three, winning the medals in this event. Next race will be the C1 under 23 men's 500 meter final. In lane 1 we have Aydin from Turkey, lane 2 Georgiev from Bulgaria, lane 3 Rudolf from Czech Republic. Here's the current world champion in this event and also the reigning European champion from last year. In lane 4 Vereshchaka from AANB, in lane 5 Arsenov from ANA, in lane 6 Uhrin from Hungary, in lane 7, Siadazan from Poland, lane 8, Chihaya from Moldova, and in lane 9 from Italy, Tonto Donati. So going into the buckets now, getting ready to be under starters orders. Watch out for lane 3 from the Czech Republic, but also the home favourite in lane 6. And they're away. Clean start from these athletes. It looks like Uhrin from Hungary took the best start, along with the Moldovan in lane 8, as well as the Polish in lane 7. All 9 athletes pretty much within half a boat length now going into the first 100 meters of the race. The Polish has a slight lead over the Hungarian and the Moldovan. But lane 5, Arsenov, is also challenging for that lead. You can see Rudolf also coming up on the athletes in lane 3. Now have a leader from lane 5, Arsenov from the ANA. The Hungarian is going with him, going into the halfway mark. Lane 8 from Moldova is in second at the moment. We'll see official standings at this checkpoint. Arsenov in the lead, followed by the Moldovan and the Hungarian. Going into the last 200 meters of the race, this is where these 500 meters get decided. This is where they need to dig deep to start their sprint finishes, pick up the stroke rate if they can, put in a bit of extra power and give it all they have. You can see the Hungarian just picking up the speed now, picking up his stroke rate along with the Turkish athlete up in lane 1 as well. Clear leader at the moment from lane 5, and the fight is on for second and third to take the silver and the bronze medal. There's about 4 athletes in a line going into the last 100 meters of the race. Czech Republic, Turkey, Hungary and Moldova are in a fight for the medals. And now you can see lane 4 also coming up to the challenge, but it looks like the Turkish and the Czech athlete are slightly ahead to take the silver and the bronze medal. Lane 5 will take the win. Turkey takes second. Czech Republic takes third. So Arsenov from ANA is your winner. He is your European champion. And Aydin from Turkey takes the silver medal. And Rudolf from the Czech Republic will take the bronze. It was a very exciting race, and once again showing how much positions can change in this 500-meter racing. So Rudolf takes the bronze after already having gold from the 1,000. No doubt about the winner. You can see him on the screen now. We'll see the confirmation up on the screen soon. So ANA, Turkey and Czech Republic are your top three. Only half a second separating your medalists in this final. A very exciting race demonstrated by these guys, fighting right to the last meters of this race. So this was the last A final for this session. In about 50 minutes time, we'll move on to some 200-meter racing. We'll be back at 2:25 with the C1 Junior Men's 200-meter B final. So we'll see you back here in about 50 minutes.
Hamarosan eredményhirdetésekkel folytatjuk a versenyt. A következő futammal 14 óra 25 perckor indul. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior women in C2 in 500 meters. Hölgyeim és uraim, a Kenu 2-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszám eredményhirdetése következik. Medal ceremony for junior women in Canadian canoe doubles in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Akshitina, 9 times world champion kayaker, accompanied by Ms. Elena Ishakova. In 2026, at the Paddle Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalists Lucia Pizarro, Silvia Dago, representing Spain. Silver medalists, ezüstérmesek, Poszpisil Luca, Hamar Léna, Magyarország, Kimberley. gold medalists and European champions Daria Pochetnaya, Anastasia Romaniuk, individual neutral athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Padel Europe. ceremony for women under 23 in C2 in 500 meters. Hölgyeim és uraim, a női kemi 2-es 23-as 5000 méteres döntő követős eredménymérletése következik. Medal ceremony for under 23 women in Canadian canoe doubles in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Victor Felix, Fellow Europe board member and chairman of the jury, accompanied by Mr. Sharamatsi. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalists, bronzérmesek, Kisbatta Iringó, Kisbatta Imola, Magyarország, Hungaroring. Silver medalist Elena Gomez, Claudia Coco, representing Spain. Gold medalists and European champions Antonina Barnaduskaya, Ina Nedelkina, individual neutral athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Federal Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the medals. Congratulations. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a kajak 2-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior women in K2 500 meters. Medal ceremony for junior women in kayak pairs in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Schmidt Gábor, President of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, accompanied by Mr. Karter Viktor, State Leader of Hungary. In 2026, at the Southern Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalists Anastasia Isabella, Sofia Krinici, representing Italy. Silver medalist Julia Kocka, Margarita Mack, individual neutral athletes. Gold medalists and European champions, aranyérmesek, Európa bajnokok, Hofer Bianca Vivian, Leskó Vivian, Magyarország, Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, kérem álljanak fel a nemzeti himnuszok szentére. Ladies and gentlemen, the medals. Congratulations. We kindly ask Veronika Marczewska and Martina Jaskowska to come to medal ceremony. We are waiting for the Polish athletes Marczewska and Jaskowska. Please come to medal ceremony. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for women under 23 in K2 in 500 meters. Hölgyeim és uraim, a kajak 2-es női U23 500 méteres versenyszám eredményhirdetése következik. Medal ceremony for women under 23 in kayak pairs in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Denis Newberg, Paracanoe Technical Committee Chair of Paddle Europe, accompanied by Mr. Kasera Maxine. In 2026, the Paddle Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships bronze medalists, bronzérmesek, Gombás Aliz, Pető Hanna, Magyarország, Hungary. Silver medalists, Veronika Marczewska, Martina Jaskowska, representing Poland. gold medalists and European champions Maria Vyshjushchenska, Daria Gushchinskaya, individual neutral athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Federal Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the medals. Congratulations. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, jelentős eredményhirdetés következik a Canadian férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, now ceremony for junior men in C1 in 500 meters. Medal ceremony for junior men in Canadian canoe singles in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Tinka Linden, Federal Europe board member, accompanied by Mr. Jaroslav Lunacek, representing Team Czech unit. In 2026 at the Federal Europe Junior and Under-23 Street Championships, bronze medalist Alexander Minayev, individual neutral athlete. silver medalist, ezüstérmes Bajta Dávid Zsombor, Magyarország, Hungary. Gold medalist and European champion, Oleg Donata, representing Czechia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Czechia. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for men under 23 in sea running 500 meters. Medal ceremony for men under 23 in Canadian canoe singles in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Steve Verlinden, Federal Europe board member, accompanied by Ms. Elena Ishakova. 2026 at the Federal Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalist Adam Rudolph, representing Serbia. Silver medalist Destur Aydin, representing Turkey. Gold medalist and European champion Matvey Arsenov, individual neutral athlete. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Federal Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists, congratulations. Finals, and then 6 medal ceremonies, then 2 A-finals again, and we change over to 500 meters because the next race we run in 200 meters. So start at 14:25.
Welcome back to this afternoon's racing here in Szeged at the 2026 Paddle Europe Junior Under 23 Sprint Championships. We've got some 200-meter races coming up with the C1 Junior Men 200-meter Final B starting at 2:25 in about 3 minutes. Then we'll have a few more B finals. And then the first A final in the 200 is at 2:45. And that first A final is going to be at 2:45 in the C1 Junior Women's 200 meters. But now we'll go to the C1 Junior Men 200 meter Final B. In lane 1 from Italy, we have Battistelli. In lane 2 from Latvia, Mihalovic. In lane 3 from Slovakia, Polak. In lane 4 from Poland, Kafka. In lane 5 from Germany, Prel. In lane 6 from Georgia, Malania. And in lane 7 from Romania, Stoyan. In lane 8 from Estonia, Asma. In lane 9 from Lithuania, Udovichenko. So you see the athletes lining up to go into the start buckets from their own lanes. They're in the starting area now. The weather is still beautiful and sunny with a headwind that's stayed since the morning. Hasn't changed. We don't have a fast tailwind like we did in the last 3 days of the racing here in Szeged. But it looks like we still have a straight wind, so no unfair conditions for the athletes racing today, which is exactly what we want to see. Some people will prefer this headwind. It makes the races slightly longer, whereas some people prefer a tailwind. It's definitely personal preference what your strengths are, but today we've got a fairly strong headwind here at the Mater in Szeged. Athletes are now into the buckets, getting ready to start. And they're off a clean start from these athletes. Lane 5 from Germany, Prel got out the quickest from the bucket along with the Lithuanian down in lane 9. Udovichenko in the lead slightly, but now Prel has taken over from Germany as well as Mihalovic from Latvia. They are top 3 at the moment, but Polak and Kafka are also challenging for that top 3, but it looks like the German athlete, Prel, still in the lead, slightly ahead of Mihalovic. So it looks like Prel will take the win here. Mihalovic comes in second and Kafka gets third. So that's your top 3 in this B final of the C1 Junior Men 200 meter race. There's a winner of the B final, who'll be 10th overall in Europe. He would have just missed out on qualifying for the A final, being in lane 5 of this B final, but took the win in this B final. Clearly the longer race, the headwind suited him perfectly. German athlete got out the fast, quick, as you can see here, and held on to his lead all the way to the end to take the win in this B final. Next race on course will be the K1 Junior Men 200 meter B final. We can see the confirmation of results. Germany wins, Latvia in second, and Poland takes third. So they're your 10th, 11th, and 12th overall. So move on to the K1s now in the junior men category of 200 meter racing. B final of this event. We had 3 semi-finals in this race. So 4th to 6th from the semi-finals would have qualified into this race. Lane 1 from Lithuania, we have Stoke. In lane 2 from Greece, Osipidis. In lane 3 from Cyprus, Kyriachou. In lane 4 from Serbia, Perovic. In lane 5 from Spain, Carida. In lane 6 from Poland, Jodiziel. In lane 7 from Portugal, Martinez. In lane 8 from Denmark, Trekkelsen. And in lane 9 from Moldova, Rogu. We still have 2 minutes until the start of this race. You can see the athletes getting ready to come down to the start line. They're in the starting area now. They need to be in that area 5 minutes prior to the start line and in their own lanes 3 minutes before the race. So a few moments away from the start line, start time now. Athletes again into their zone. Trying to think through what their plan is going down into the buckets now. The starts are crucial in these 200 meter races, unlike the 1,000 and sometimes 500s. A lot is on for the starts in these 200 meter finals. Kind of sets up how your race will be. And they're off. A clean start from these athletes. They pretty much all came out in a line together. The Danish athlete out in front, that's Terkelsen from Denmark in lane 8, along with the Portuguese next to him in lane 7. They're your top 2 at the moment going into the last 100 meters of the race. Looks like the Danish is holding on to the lead just ahead of the Portuguese next to him. So the race is on for the top 2 between these two, down here closest to the screen. And Danish wins, the Portuguese in second, and the Moldovan comes in third. So there's Christian Terkelsen. He wins the B final of the K1 Junior Men 200 meter B final. He'll be 10th overall. An improvement from his semi-final in this B final. See a replay of the start. Everyone got out clean from the buckets. No mistakes, no false starts. Not uncommon in 200. Close finish between the Danish and the Portuguese athlete. Next on course will be the under 23 men's K1 200 meter B final. You can see the athletes paddling down towards the starting area. There's the official result of the K1 Junior Men 200 meter B final. To Denmark in first, Portugal in second, and Moldova takes third. You can see the under-23 men for the B final lining up now. Lane 1, we have Kups from Slovenia. In lane 2, Goncalves from Portugal. Lane 3, Ayakli from Turkey. Lane 4, Kaurats from Latvia. In lane 5, Kapun from the Czech Republic. In lane 6, Vasilevsky from Germany. In lane 7, Matas from Greece. In lane 8, Yastrab from Poland. And in lane 9, Odysseidze from Georgia. The A final of this event will be at 3:10 in about 35 minutes time. But first we see the B final of this race. You can see a famous Czech boat in the middle of that field. No doubt it belonged to the legend Josef Dostal from the Czech Republic. Getting into the buckets now. Once they're in, they'll be under starters' orders. This will be a fast and furious race for sure. And they're off all away. Clearly lane 2 from Portugal. Goncalves got the quickest start out of this field, with the Greek and the Czech athlete also going along with him, along with the German. But now the Czech has a slight lead ahead of the rest of the field. The German does not want to give the win easy to him. The Latvian is also now coming up and potentially taking the lead away from the Czech and the German. Latvia or Germany. Germany takes the win, Latvia in second, and the Czech athlete holds on for third in this B final of the 200. There's your winner, Vasilevsky from Germany. Didn't get the fastest start, but came through from about 100 meters into the race to take the lead and win the race and get 10th overall from Europe. Next race on course is the K1 Junior Women B final in the 200 meters. It's the last B final of this early afternoon's race, and there's the result from the previous B final of the under-23 men's 200 meter race. Germany wins, Latvia in second, Czech Republic take third. So in the next race of the Junior Women's K1 200 B final, you can You see the start list up on your screen. Range of ages in this race as well, with 14 being the youngest. Tessarin from Italy, to also some 18-year-olds in this B final. So lane 1, we have Lithuania, Chiskovskait. In lane 2 from Slovenia, Simončić. In lane 3 from Poland, Surkovska. In lane 4 from Spain, Parada. In lane 5 from Serbia, Denadic. In lane 6 from Portugal, Pinheiro. In lane 7 from Denmark, Alsoer. In lane 8 from Italy, Tessarin. And in lane 9 from Greece, Svarna. You see the girls now approaching the start line in their own lanes. They're about 50 meters away from the buckets. A chance for them to focus into their own lanes. Think through what they would like to focus on going into this B final. So lane 8, we have the youngest contender in this B final, the age of 14. No doubt she'll have a lot more championships in her future, along with the rest of the girls here as well. Into the buckets they go, and the starters' orders now. And they're away. Clean start, lane 6, the Portuguese Pinheiro caught the start the quickest out of the bucket, but now the Danish Alsoer is quickly following her, along with lane 4, the Spanish Parada. Parada in the lead at the moment, just ahead of the Slovenian in lane 2. So lane 4, the Spanish athlete Parada extending her lead now to about half a boat length going into the last 100 meters of the race. It looks like she'll hold on to that win to take the win in this B final of the 200 meters here in Szeged. So Spanish wins, the Polish will take second, and the Portuguese takes third. Sofia Parada takes the win. She's 10th overall in Europe with this result. Spain being famously fast over 200 meters, with Teresa Portela and Sara Uzande being some of the 200-meter legends from Spain. No doubt Sofia Parada wants to follow in their footsteps. So Spain takes the win, Poland second, and Portugal third. We'll wait for the official results from that B final. And then we have the first A final of this afternoon's 200-meter racing coming up. First A final on course will be the C1 Junior Women's 200 meters. And there we see the final result of the B final of the K1 Junior Men 200. So we see the girls lining up already for this final. Lane 1, we have Vertej Merova from, sorry, that was the previous race. So in lane 1 from the Czech Republic, Vertej Merova. In lane 2 from France, Kornes. In lane 3 from AAMB, Sobal. In lane 4 from Ukraine, Vozniuk. In lane 5 from AAN8, Romaniuk. In lane 6 from Spain, Lago. In lane 7 from Hungary, Pospisil. In lane 8 from Portugal, Lopez. And in lane 9 from Lithuania, Malinauskaite. See the athletes lining up to get ready to be called into the buckets now. There you see the start list in the corner of your screen. Athletes drifting into the buckets. Still got a strong headwind down the course here in Szeged, making this race a bit longer for the athletes here. You have the silver medalist in lane 4 from the World Championships starting here. They're off now. Lane 3 caught the start the best. That's the AMB athlete Sobal. But now the world silver medalist from Ukraine, Vozniuk, is taking over the lead along with the Lithuanian in lane 9. They're your top 3 at the moment going into the last 100 meters of the race. Lane 3 in the lead at the moment, slightly ahead of the Ukrainian next to her, but the race is on for third between lane 6, 7 and 9. We'll see them coming down into the last 30 meters of the race. It looks like Sobal still in the lead, just as ahead of Wozniak. And so AAMB, Sobal takes the win. Wozniak gets another silver medal here at the European Championships after her silver from the World Championships. And it looked like the Hungarian timed her race to perfection to take the bronze medal in this A final of the C1 Junior Women 200. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that. But from up here, it looked like AAMB, Ukraine, and Hungary as your top 3 in this 200-meter final. There's your winner, European champion. Great start from the Portuguese in lane 8. And Sobal was in the lead after about 50 meters into that race, held onto that lead to take the win and be crowned the European champion in this event. So Hungary does get the bronze medal, as we saw from that slow motion of the finish. Just ahead of lane 5. And there you see confirmation. Sobal takes the win, Wozniak in second, and the Hungarian in third. They're your top 3, they're your medalists, and Romaniuk just misses out on the medals this time. 0.2 seconds behind third to finish in 4th position in this A final. There you see already the lineup for the next final on course, which will be the under-23 women in the C1 200 this time. In lane 1, we have Bulgaria, Angelova. In lane 2, Moldova, Glizan. In lane 3, Maczkiewicz from Poland. In lane 4, Nederkina from AAMB. In lane 5, Šlipinkova from ANA. In lane 6, Győre from Hungary. In lane 7, Vueltan from Italy. In lane 8, Nico from France. And in lane 9, Smilovenko from Azerbaijan. Nico is the silver medalist from the World Championships earlier this year, so she'll be one to watch in this race. No doubt the Hungarian also wants to stand on the podium in front of home crowds. You saw her earlier, Győre from Hungary in the 500-meter final as well, with a great first half of the race. So we know she's got the speed. See them drifting down towards the start line now. They'll be called into the buckets soon. Not long until they start this final here. Going into the buckets, lane 9, the athlete from Azerbaijan is in the buckets first, with the others holding back a little bit. Personal preference of how early you want to be in the bucket. Some like to be settled in there early, some don't like to be held there for too long before they need to go. So under starters orders now. And they're off a great start from the Moldovan athlete in lane 2, along with the Hungarian in lane 5, as well as the French in lane 8. At the moment, it's the French and the Moldovan out in your top 2, and the other girls are pretty much in a line now going into the first 100 meters of the race. The Hungarian is pulling up on the field now. She'll have the crowd behind her, no doubt about that. So the fight is on for the podium between Hungary, ANA, and France. About 50 meters to go now, and the Hungarian Győre is taking the lead now over Nico from France, but being chased down by the ANA and the AMB athletes in lane 4 and 5. It looks like the Hungarian will indeed take the win. So the Hungarian wins after a disappointing 500 earlier today, showing her strength, her mental strength. Only just realizing she took the win. She should be very proud of herself. Takes a lot of mental strength to come back from a disappointing morning and to take the win in the 200, the Olympic event in this category of the C1 Women's. Congratulations to Győre from Hungary. Took the lead after about 70 meters of this race and held on, even though she was challenged by the French and also the 2 athletes next to her from AAMB and ANA. This is about halfway through the race when she took the lead, just slightly ahead of the rest of the athletes, and it looks like Nederkina from AAMB took silver, and lane 5, Šlipinkova, takes the bronze. took her a few seconds to realize that she took the win. And there, that's the moment she realized she is a European champion. What a great race that was in the C1 Women's Under-23 A final. And there's confirmation. Hungary takes the win. AAMB in second, ANA in third, and the French athlete Nico just misses the medals this time. Congratulations to the whole field in that race. This next race on course, we move back to the K1s. It'll be the Under-23 K1 200-meter final. In lane 1, Zimnok from Poland. In lane 2, Babashinskaya from ANA. In lane 3, Green from Great Britain. Lane 4, Dyachenko from Ukraine. In lane 5, Turdyashi from Hungary. In lane 6, Misuchenka from AAMB. In lane 7, Blanco from Spain. In lane 8, Berzina from Latvia. And in lane 9, Nilsson from Denmark. See the Hungarian on your screens. And now we have the silver medalist Amy Green from the World Championships from a few weeks ago, as well as Dyachenko from Ukraine, who took the bronze medal in Canada at the World Championships. Middle lanes are your favorites going into this final, but it's a 200-meter event, so it's anyone's game. One bad stroke and it can cost you a place from 1st to 9th. That's how close some of these races are. Into the buckets they go now under starters orders. And away cleanly. Everyone pretty much jumped out of the bucket together in a line. And now we've got lane 9, the Danish, along with Dyachenko from Ukraine leading. Zimnok from Poland also up there with them. So is the AAMB athlete in lane 6. Now you see Amy Green and the Hungarian Turdyashi challenging for one of those spots on the podium, but Dyachenko in the lead still. She's got a lot of experience, having raced a senior level as well. The Ukrainian will be the winner of this final. The Polish takes silver, and AAMB athlete takes bronze, with the Hungarian in 4th. There's your European champion, Ivana Dyachenko. So improves from her bronze medal to gold. She's a European champion. She can't believe it. She's happy with that, as she should be. She led from the start and extended her lead going into the last 100 meters of this final. Congratulations to the girls. This was a very close finish between them all, demonstrating the beauty of this 200-meter racing. Of course, no longer an Olympic event, but still a very competitive field at every single competition we see. You see very powerful strokes from Ivana Dyachenko, and a very close finish between the rest of the field. See the confirmation of the results soon. The Czech fans. There's the results. So Dyachenko wins, Zimnok in 2nd, and Misuchenka from AAMB in 3rd. Hungarian just misses the medal. Spain in 5th, Great Britain in 6th, Denmark in 7th, Latvia in 8th, and the ANA athlete Babashinskaya in 9th. Next final on course will be the K1 Junior Men 200-meter A final. We have the current world champion lining up here in this final. Gavrider from Slovakia. We also have the bronze medalist, Karahan, who we've seen race a lot of events this weekend already. He'll be lining up in lane 6. In lane 1 from the ANA, we have Lepekin. Lane 2 from Germany, Laurich. In lane 3 from Italy, Arizi. In lane 4 from AAMB, Dashinsky. In lane 5 from Czech Republic, Mak. In lane 6 from Turkey, Karahan. In lane 7 from Slovakia, Gavrider. In lane 8 from Ukraine, Ryazinkov. And in lane 9, Opavsky from Hungary. So we have the current gold and bronze medalists from the World Championships next to each other in lane 6 and 7. But expect another fast and furious final here in this 200-meter race. Another close finish, I'm sure we'll see from these guys out on the course. We see the athletes approaching the start buckets now. Taking some deep breaths, focusing on their own plans. First few strokes in this 200-meter are essential. The Turkish athlete just holding back before he goes into the bucket. Now they're under starters orders, ready to go. Just waiting for them all to be right into the buckets. And they're away. A flying start from lane 7 and lane 6, as well as lane 4, the AMB athlete. So lane 4 in the lead at the moment, along with the Czech athlete next to him in lane 5. At the moment, it's the lane 4, the AMB athlete in the lead going into the last 50 meters of this race. No doubt about the leader. The Czech athlete in second, and the race is on for third. Almost a boat length ahead of the rest. AAMB, Dashinsky from AAMB wins. He is the European champion. Mak from Czech Republic takes second. And we'll have to wait for confirmation on who gets the bronze medal from this race. Took the lead from about 100 meters in and just kept pulling away from the field to extend his lead to about a boat length over the rest of the guys in this final. We have to wait for the photo finish. So there's your winner, paddling into the last few meters of the race. Czechia takes second, and I couldn't call who got third from that. Lunge to the finish line. Celebrating in style. becoming European champion. You see the fans from Czech Republic cheering on David Mack. He got a silver medal in this final. We'll see official results soon. Hopefully we'll see the results before the next start. There we see the results of the Turkish Karahan takes the bronze medal after winning the bronze also at the World Championships. So Dashinsky takes the gold. Czech Republic, Mack takes silver and Karahan takes the bronze. 0.02 seconds ahead of the Ukrainian athlete. Next race on course will be the Junior Women's K1 200-meter A final. So lane 1 from Austria, we have Aitinger. In lane 2 from Ukraine, we have Yurieva. Lane 3 from Bulgaria, Savova. In lane 4 from the Czech Republic, Yanotova. She's already got 2 medals under her belt here in K1 races, a gold and a bronze. In lane 5 from Germany, we have Mulkenkap. In lane 6 from AMB, we have Zadon Sava. In lane 7 from Hungary, Bebuk. In lane 8 from Romania, Pirva. And in lane 9, Letzi. Yanotova took the bronze medal in this event at the World Championships, so she'll be one to watch for sure. We don't have the current world champion or silver medalist in this race. Into the buckets they go now under starters orders, ready for the start. And they're away, flying start from Yanotova in lane 4 to get out of the buckets quickest. But now lane 7, the Hungarian, is in the lead just ahead of Yanotova and the German in lanes 4 and 5. Yurieva from Ukraine also up there, but the Hungarian has a slight lead over the Ukrainian. Ukraine, Hungary and the Czech Republic in your top 3 at the moment going into the last 50 meters of this race. It looks like Yurieva is managing to pull away from the rest to extend her lead. Looks like she'll be the winner in this race, being challenged by the Hungarian and the Czech athlete. So Ukraine, Hungary and Czech Republic are your top 3 in this race. Yurieva is a European champion in the 200-meter event of the K1 Junior Women's. Hungarian Bebuk takes silver, and Yanotova adds to her collection and takes another bronze medal in this 200-meter event. Clearly a big talent from the Czech Republic, being able to medal in all 3 events in the K1 races. Yanotova, I'm sure, will have Aneska Balodova as one of her idols from the Czech Republic as well. She'll be wanting to go in her footsteps in the future. But here's your winner, Yurieva from Ukraine, no doubt about that. Bebuk from Hungary takes the silver, and Janotova takes the bronze.
Az Európa-bajnokságon Szegeden 2008-ban volt utoljára, és eddig egyetlen egy alkalommal bajnokság és 23-as EB. De Matyéren akkor 18 évnek szerzett a magyar csapat, hát egyre vagyunk ettől.
Wait for the confirmation of the results from that final.
Szárnyalni majd. Arra most egy ezüstöt tett hozzá.
And then we have 3 more A finals and the 200. So next race on course is the under 23 men's K1 200 meter A final in lane 1 from Spain, Pouza in lane 2 from Serbia, Dragoslajevic in lane 3 from AAMB, Adrenka in lane 4 from Denmark, Christensen in lane 5 from Ukraine, Harstev in lane 6 from Hungary, Sabo in lane 7 from ANA, Rozov in lane 8 from Lithuania, Zavakis in lane 9 from Italy, Zanetti. So we see the athletes just lining up. We have the current bronze medalist from the World Championships from Spain in lane 1.
Megnyerte az előfutamát, így nem kellett középfutamoznia. Egyébként Strahinja Dragoszevjevicsit utasította maga mögé 400-addal.
Going into the buckets now and the starters' orders.
Ez egy döntő és 200 méter. Gyorsan változhatnak az erőviszonyok. Reméljük azonban, hogy Levente itt is jó teljesítményt mutat majd.
And they're off. A flying start from lane 2 and lane 8. Serbian Dragoslajevic and the Lithuanian Zavakis. The moment Dragoslajevic is in the lead in lane 2, just ahead of the Ukrainian Harstev in lane 5. It looks like Dragoslajevic holds on to the lead with the AMB athlete next to him challenging for that first position as well. The athlete from Ukraine also wanting a medal. But Dragoslajevic takes the win. AINA takes second and Ukraine takes third. We'll wait for confirmation, but no doubt about the winner. Dragoslajevic is your European champion. He's the reigning European champion as well. So repeats his success from last year to take the gold and be crowned European champion in this K1 200 meter event. Led right from the start, held on to that lead to take the win. Pretty much led right from the start. And it looks like lane 7, Rozov takes second over Harstev from Ukraine. Not much between those two athletes. So Serbia in the lead. AINA. Oh, Ukraine, we'll have to wait for photo finish on that. I can't call that from up here for sure. We'll get official results on the screen soon. Two more finals coming up here. We have the under 23 C1 200 meter A final Lane 1 from Spain, Fernandez. In lane 2 from Hungary, Rumi. In lane 3 from Georgia, Chichizvadze. In lane 4 from ANA, Bots. In lane 5 from AMB, Zolabu. In lane 6 from Poland, Kitevsky. In lane 7 from Bulgaria, Georgiev. In lane 8 from Moldova, Chihaya. In lane 9 from Ukraine, Pristai.
Világbajnoki dobogósok az felső hármas pályán lesznek majd.
We have the gold, silver, and bronze medalists from the World Championships earlier this year in this final in lane 1, 2, and 3. That's exactly also the order they came in at the World Championships, with Spain taking the win there in Canada, Hungary in second, and Georgia in third. But this is a new race now. Nothing is decided before they start, but they're for sure ones to watch in this final.
Címvédő, hatos pályán, világbajnok Raúl Fernández pedig az egyesen.
The reigning European champion from Poland in lane 6. And the current world champion in lane 1, Fernandez from Spain. Heading into the buckets now. Just moments away from the start. You can see them going into the buckets now. They'll be under starters orders once all the athletes are in the buckets. And they're off. Clear start from the athletes, all pretty much out together. And I can't really call who's in the lead at the moment. Potentially lane 6, the Polish, the reigning European champion in this event, with the slight lead ahead of the rest of the field. But now lane 2, the Hungarian, is coming up on him. He's also challenging for that. Oh, a slight wobble from the AINB athlete in lane 5. It doesn't look like it cost him much in the last few meters of this race. So AINB takes the win, Polish athlete in second, and the Moldovan takes third. Although another close race in this 200-meter final, we have to wait for confirmation on that. Andrei Zolabau takes the win. We'll have to wait to see who the others were to take second and third. Just like the other 200-meter races, this was another close call between the athletes. We'll have to get photo finish to know exactly where they came, who won the medals. Interestingly, the winner of this race got stuck a bit in the buckets, didn't have the best start, also had a wobble in the middle of the race, but held on for the win. Launched to the line to secure that gold medal, to be crowned the European champion in this event. You can see the grandstand is getting full. We have a lot of people out here cheering on these athletes. We have one more A final before another gap in racing. So next start is at 3:20. We have to wait for confirmation on the results. There's a really close call between second and the rest of the field. So I'm sure the photo finishers have a big job to do to decide who got the medals behind the clear winner. Next race is due to start in about 2 minutes' time. The junior men C1 200 meter A final. In this race we'll have Iliev from Bulgaria in lane 2, from Ukraine, Vladislav in lane 3, Savelia from AIN in lane 4, Prochaska from the Czech Republic in lane 5, Cherenko from ANA in lane 6, Molnar from Hungary in lane 7, Lagares from Spain in lane 8, Laranjeira from Portugal, and in lane 9, Theodor from Moldova. Into the buckets they go now. Once they're all in, they'll be under starters orders, ready for another quick race. And they're off. Clean start with lane 4, the Czech athlete out in front, along with the Spanish in lane 7. The Spanish athlete of Lagares leads the race at the moment, just ahead of the Czech in lane 4. The race is on behind the top finishes. Czech athlete extends his lead going into the last 50 meters of the race. The Spanish athlete holding on for second, just ahead of the AAN A athletes in the middle of your screen. And the Hungarian is now coming up on them as well. Czechia gets gold, Hungary gets silver, and Spain get third. What a great last 30 meters by the Hungarian. Was in 4th position coming up to the last 100. And took over 2 athletes to get the silver in this final. So Prochaska is your European champion in this event. Hungarian Molnar takes silver. And it looked like Lagares from Spain got bronze, celebrating his win, being crowned European champion in the C1 200 here in Szeged. See a replay of that race. Great lunge by both the Hungarian and the Spanish to take the 2 medals behind the winner of Prochaska in this final. So Czech Republic in first, Hungary in second, and Spain in third. They're your top 3. They're your medalists from this final. Congratulations to these boys. Another tight finish between these athletes in this 200-meter final race. So we have a little gap now while we get the medal ceremonies ready, and then we'll be back at 4:10 for the C2 Junior Women 200-meter A final. We'll see you shortly in about 45 minutes' time.
Újra eredményhirdetések következnek majd 6 egymás után, 15 óra 25 és 16 óra között. A következő futam 16 óra 10 perckor rajta a magyar 12-es női buci, 2 kerékpáros nőtől várhatjuk akkor. 6 medal ceremonies are coming in. After that, the next start at 16:10. Our next finalist for junior women is D2. The distance is still 200 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior women is 1 and 200 meters. Medal ceremony for junior women is Canadian canoe singers in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Kárás Anna, Olympic champion kayaker, accompanied by Mr. Kasaja Maxim. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and Under-23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalist, bronzérmes, Pospisil Luca, Magyarország, Hungary. Silver medalist, Yelizaveta Wozniuk, representing Ukraine. Gold medalist and European champion, Palina Sobal, individual neutral athlete. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Federal Europe. Ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés a Kenu 1-es női U23 200 méteres versenyszámban. Medal ceremony for women under 23 in C1 in 200 meters. Medal ceremony for women under 23 in Canadian canoe singles in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Victor Felix, Federal Europe board member and chairman of the jury, accompanied by Mr. Gyure Attila, 11-time marathon world champion canoeist. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and Under 23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalist Yekaterina Shratnikova, individual neutral athlete. Silver medalist Ina Nedelkina, individual neutral athlete. Gold medalist and European champion, aranyérmes, Európa bajnok, Györek Anna, Magyarország, Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, kérem, álljanak fel a magyar tiszteletére. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for women under 23 K1 in 200 meters. Medal ceremony for women under 23 in kayak sailors in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Kökény Roland, Olympic champion kayaker, accompanied by Mr. Yuri Chaban, two-time Olympic champion canoeist, team leader of Ukraine. In 2026, at the Paddle Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalist Maria Mishushenska, individual neutral athlete. Silver medalist Dominika Zimno, representing Poland. Gold medalist and European champion, Ivana Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior men, D1 200 meters. Medal ceremony for junior men in kayak singles in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Victor Felix, Padel Europe board member and chairman of the jury, accompanied by Mr. Kasia Maxim. In 2026, as the Padel Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championships bronze medalist, Rally Karahan representing Turkey. Silver medalist, David Mack representing Czechia. Gold medalist and European champion Alexei Gashchinsky, individual neutral athlete. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Padel Europe. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményezés következik a felfedezett női 22 cm-es versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior women 21 and 200 meters. Medal ceremony for junior women in kayak singles in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Taras Anna, Olympic champion kayaker, accompanied by Mr. Yuri Cheban, two-time Olympic champion canoeist, team leader of Ukraine. In 2026, at the Paddle Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championships, bronze medalist Barbara Yanatova, representing Serbia. Silver medalist, ezüstérmes, Bebő Klara, Magyarország, Hungary. Gold medalist and European champion Anna Yurieva, representing Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Ukraine. 200 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Johanna Stanojevic, CEO of Pedal Europe, accompanied by Mr. Simo Boltic, representing Team Serbia. In 2026, at the Pedal Europe Junior and Under 23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalist Alexander Rozov, individual neutral athlete. Silver medalist Alexander Hatcher, representing Ukraine. Gold medalist and European champion, Stravina Dragoshavian, representing Serbia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Serbia. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalist, congratulations. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, két 200 méteres döntő futamunkon vissza, és aztán átállunk majd megint 500 méterre, 16 óra 10 perckor a következő döntő kerekettes női ifjú 200 méteren. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two more races, two more finals in 200 meters, and we change over to 500 meters again. The next race starts at 16:10. It will be the final for Junior Ready in C2 electric.
Hello and welcome back to Szeged, Hungary for the Paro European Junior Under-23 Sprint Championships. We have 2 finals coming up in the 200-meter distance before we then move on to the 500s in about 40 minutes time. But first, we have the C2 Junior Women 200-meter A final. You can see the start list up on your screen soon. Here is the start list of the A final. In lane 1 from the AIMB, we have Shianava and Sakaluskaya. In lane 2 from Portugal, Lopez and Maya. In lane 3 from Lithuania, Maliun Kaskait and Marozait. In lane 4 from ANA, Somova and Somova. In lane 5 from Hungary, Jure and Takac. In lane 6 from the Czech Republic, Berthe Merova and Yiskrova. In lane 7 from France, Doganau and Dissou. In lane 8 from Spain, Montilla and Lahoz. And in lane 9 from Ukraine, Zushman and Asaliuk. 200 meters A final in the junior women's C2. We have 1/2 of the world bronze medalist crew in this final. Irene Lahoz got the bronze medal in this event with Alba Lago. This time she goes with Aitana Montilla. Two heats in this event. Top 3 advanced through to the A final from each heat. And then the last 3 spots were taken from the semi-final. You can see the athletes coming into the starting area now in their own lanes, getting ready to be called into the buckets. See the athletes going into the buckets, approaching the start line. This will be another fast race in the C2, just over 200 meters. The European best time set by a Spanish crew, 44 seconds. We have a headwind here in Szeged today. Slight cross now, but nothing too strong. Nothing to make any advantages or disadvantages out on the course today, which is exactly what we want. So fair conditions for everyone to have a fair chance of achieving their best in this race. So you see the boats going into the bucket now. They'll be under starters orders once all the boats are in. And they're away. All came out of the start bucket pretty much together in a line going into the first 20 meters of the race. And now we have lane 4, the AANA crew, out in the lead by about half a boat length ahead of Spain and Hungary. But the race is on for the medals. And we still have about 110 meters left of the race. Lane 4 still in the lead and lengthening their lead to a boat length now. That's Somova and Somova from the ANA team. Spanish are in second, and Hungary are fighting with the Czechs and the Ukrainians, along with the Lithuanians, to try and get that third and final medal in this final of the 200 meters. So AINA, Ukraine and Spain are your top 3. We'll have to wait for confirmation of the results, but that's what we could see from up here. Lane 4 taking the win, just ahead of Ukraine and Spain. Led right from the start. Took the lead to about a boat length ahead of the rest of the field, then got caught up by the Ukrainians and the Spanish. They didn't have enough left to overtake them. We'll have to wait for official confirmation. We're not 100% sure on who took the win there. But it's between the AANA and the Ukrainian crews. To lane 4 and lane 9, along with lane 8 for your top 3. But we'll have to wait to see for the official order of those 3 boats. There it is, AANA win, just 0.1 second ahead of the Ukrainians. The Spanish in 3rd. Hard to see from up here, but clear top 3. Looks like this crew struggled a bit with the steering going into the last few meters, but held on to the lead to take the win and to be crowned European champions. Ukraine takes silver and Spain takes bronze. That means Irene Lajos adds to her collection of bronze medals from the World Championships as well to take another bronze here in Szeged. We have another 200-meter final coming up in the C2 under-23 women this time. This is a straight final in this race. 6 boats in the final. 2 minutes until the start. In lane 2 from AAMB, we have Baranuskaya and Nedelkina in lane 3 from Poland. We have Simanska and Lak in lane 4 from Spain, Remigio and Novo in lane 5 from Ukraine, Turchin and Shovak. In lane 6 from Hungary, Matkovic and Molnar. In lane 7 from AANA, Korbeleva and Kovaleva. Different Ukrainian crew took the silver medal at the World Championships. So this is the last 200-meter final of this weekend's racing. There we see the athletes going into the buckets. Poland going into the buckets last. Once they're in, they'll be under starters' orders. Great start by the Hungarians in lane 6. They came out of the buckets the quickest out of the 6 boats. They are in the lead from lane 6. It's Matkovic and Molnar from Hungary, but being chased down by the AAMB crew in lane 2, as well as the AANA crew in lane 7. Going into the last 100 meters now. Hungary still slightly in the lead, just ahead of the AAMB crew. But it looks like the AAMB in lane 2 have now taken over, but Hungary might be able to fight back to take the win in front of home crowds. It's going to come down to the line between these 2 boats for the win. Who gets the best lunge? We'll have to wait for confirmation from up here. I saw AAMB just ahead of Hungary. But we'll have to wait for the photo finish, but no doubt about the top 3. Lane 2, 7 and 6. AAMB, Hungary and the AANA teams were your top 3 in this final. We'll have to wait for the order to be confirmed. The screen is saying it's given it to the AAMB team, but we'll have to wait and see. Came down to the lunge by both boats. Sometimes in the canoes, it's also down to luck on the timing of their strokes. The canoes have a bigger surge with each stroke compared to the kayaks. So sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. But this time it definitely came down to the lunge of those two boats. Just like we see in a lot of 200-meter races. So the result have given it to the A and B crew. So they take the win. Baranowskaja and Nedelkina take the gold medal. They're the European champions, and 0.1 second behind is Matkovic and Molnar for silver medal, followed by Korableva and Kovaleva for the bronze. Poland take fourth, Spain are fifth, and Ukraine in sixth. So that's the end of the 200-meter racing. We'll be back in about half an hour for the first K4 final, the B final of the K4 junior men, 500 meters. And then we'll have the A finals of the K4s and C4s. See you shortly for the first K4 event of this afternoon. Welcome back to Szeged. Back for the last set of finals here for the 2026 Paddle Europe Junior Under-23 Sprint Championships. If you're just joining, hello, my name is Rebby Simon. I'm a former Team GB canoeist and I'm your commentator here this weekend. These athletes are racing on one of the most iconic venues in the paddling world in Szeged on the Matyér course. We have a beautiful day with a lot of sun, warm weather, warm water. Headwind today, we've had tailwind the last few days, but headwind today slightly calmed down from this morning, although it seems to be going around, sometimes coming from the side, but nothing too strong and hopefully nothing that's going to affect the athletes too much going down the course here today. We've got some exciting racing coming up in K4s and C4s, starting with the B final of the K4 Junior Men 500 meters. All these finals will be over 500 from now, with a move on to the A final of the Junior Men, then the Under-23 Men, Junior Women, Under-23 Women, and then we go on to the C4 Junior Mixed race, followed by the C4 Under-23 Mixed race. So very exciting few races coming up in this next half an hour. And in a few minutes' time, we'll start the first race here in the Junior Men's K4 B final. In lane 1 from Sweden, lane 2 Lithuania, lane 3 Italy, lane 4 Moldova, lane 5 France, lane 6 Romania, lane 7 Poland, lane 8 Slovakia, and lane 9 Belgium. See the athletes lining up now, getting ready to go into the buckets. The next race after this will be the A final of this event. Going into the buckets now. Taking the last few moments to think through their plans. They'll all have different race plans, tactics going into this 500 meters. Front paddler's job is to set a nice rhythm. The three behind are there to follow and give power to him. All have equally important jobs in this K4. Every single person, all 4 athletes have equal jobs. And under starters orders now, getting ready to go. And they are away. A clean start with France and Poland jumping out the quickest, as well as Belgium down in lane 9. They're your top 3 at the moment, coming up to the first 150 meters of this race. So France, Poland and Belgium stand out at the moment. They'll be settling into a nice rhythm set by the front seat paddler in these K4s. Coming through the halfway mark, France in the lead, followed by Poland and Belgium. Italy in close 4th, with Lithuania as well. France extending his lead, but the Polish crew in lane 7 are catching them. Whoever wins this B final will be the 10th overall in Europe. The French K4 is holding on to the lead still. Just slightly ahead of the Polish K4 going into the last 50 meters of the race now. The win is going to be between France and Poland. It's going to come down to the last few meters of this race. France hold on to the lead. Poland comes in 2nd and Belgium in 3rd, with Italy in 4th. So 10th place for the French crew. Nugel, Lepetit, Zwiller and Gilhard. They win the B final here in the junior men's K4 category. Nicely painted paddles for these athletes. Just missed out on qualifying for the A final. So I'm sure they'll be happy with winning the B final today. See a replay of the start and the whole race before we get the official results. Big high five for the win. And you can see the Spanish teammates getting ready to cheer on their teammates in the K4A final. All the support for their companions about to line up in the K4A final for the junior men's 500-meter race. In this final, we'll have Germany, Arnold, Laurich, Maschke and Tege in lane 1. Serbia of Lakicevic, Molnar, Surkovic, Sivanovic in lane 2. Lane 3 from the ANA, Novoslavov, Burgishay, Galeta, Savalev. In lane 4 from Spain, Cosmos Feiju, Gonzalez and Delgado. In lane 5 from Great Britain, Hatton, Dixon, Hurd and Mazur. Lane 6 from Hungary, Varga, Lanci, Jarmati and Uram. In lane 7 from the Czech Republic, Hoyni, Gronek, Maksuk. And in lane 8, A and B crew of Batishain, Sadowski, Dashinsky and Salanovic. And in lane 9 from Portugal, Bebiano, Consejacho, Matos and Martins. So this is the A final of the junior men's K4. The medal winning race in this event. Hungary are the world champions in this event, although with a different crew. The Spanish crew, the same crew that's here, are the bronze medalists from the World Championships. And Germany took the silver, but again with a different crew to what's racing here. Going into the buckets now. No doubt this is going to be a tight race between these boats in this A final. It's important they work together as a team. And they're off. Lane 7 and 8 catch the start the best to jump out for first in this final. Lane 8 are in the lead along with the Portuguese and the Czech at the moment, followed closely by the Hungarian and the British boats. Portugal in the lead, followed by Czechia and Great Britain at the moment, coming up to the halfway mark. It's important to pace this race. It's a headwind. It's going to be a longer race. So at the halfway point, we have Czechia, Portugal, Great Britain and Hungary in your top 4. Serbia closely following in 5th. Coming up to the last 200 meters of the race now. This is where the pace picks up. This is where the stroke rate goes up, set by the front paddler. The 3 behind are following and giving him the power to let him do that. Looks like Hungary are just about to take over the lead from the Czech boat. About 100 meters left. The fight is on for 3rd between the British and the Serbian boat. Hungary are now in the lead ahead of Czechia and Great Britain. At the moment, that's your top 3, that's your medalists. Hungary are going to take the win, they're your European champions. Czechia come in 2nd and Great Britain take 3rd. to take their first medal in this championships. A fantastically timed race by the Hungarians to take the lead going into the last 200 meters. Czechia were out quick, but held on for second, and the British crew came through at the end to take that bronze medal, their first medal of the championships and their only medal so far. An amazing race by these boys in this K4 final. So Hungary are the world and European champions in this event. Different crews in both races. Really well timed. Good tactics planned out by these crews. Hungary are your clear winners. Half a boat ahead of Czechia, and the British crew get third. Amazing race by all these boats. There's the Czech fans. Another medal added to their collection. So we'll see the official results soon. Hungary take the gold medal. They're the European champions. The Czech team are in second. They'll take the silver medal home, with the British crew taking home the bronze. There it is, confirmed result. We'll now move on to the under-23 category in this event. Lane 1, Serbia, Jestica, Kramer and Stojic. In lane 2, Norway, Svanberg, Buk, Fjedlheim, Loening. In lane 3, Poland, Valulik, Komorowski, Kot and Burko. In lane 4, Hungary, Kollek, Avar, Juhas, Kaed. Lane 5, Humhal, Makacek, Prislik, Hirsch. In lane 6, AIMB, Yakishin, Frimanano, Yermolenka, Buliha. In lane 7, Slovakia, Marsal, Turko, Babik and Lukac. In lane 8, Ukraine, Bretiski, Hartsvev, Piatovsky, Selenzov. In lane 9, ANA, Rozov, Mamsev, Gukov and Kavaneskov. Hungary are the world champions in this event. The different crew. Kollek already won a gold medal earlier today in the K1. The other 3 teammates in his boat are also medalists. So they're ones to watch for sure. But this race for sure is going to be another tight one, just like the junior one was. About to go. And they're off. Clean start by these boats. Hungary jump out to lead the race already, along with the AINA boat in lane 9. So at the moment it's lane 4 and lane 9 in the lead, with the Serbians in third, along with the Czechs at the moment. Hungary are leading, coming up to the first 200 meters into this race, where they repeat what their junior teammates just achieved a few minutes ago. Going into the first 250 meters, Hungary are in the lead, followed by ANA, Czechia and the AMB boat. Not far behind is the Norwegians. Going into the last 200 meters of the race, the pace will pick up here. The stroke rate slightly goes up, set by the front paddler in each boat. The back paddlers have to give them enough power to be able to pick that rate up, but it looks like Hungary are doing a great job extending their lead to almost a boat length now ahead of the ANA boat in lane 9. Going into the last 70 meters of the race, looks like Hungary are still in the lead, just moments away from taking another gold medal for Hungary, almost a boat length ahead of the ANA crew, and Portugal will take bronze. sorry, the AAMB boat would take bronze. It confused me with the Portuguese boat. But Hungary wins, no doubt about that. And the AANA boat gets silver, with AAMB just getting through to get the bronze. Slightly ahead of the Czech boat. So second gold medal for Kolek from Hungary today. Congratulations to the guys here. And another amazing K4 race. You can see the halfway point. Hungary already had a clear lead over the rest of the field, and which they just managed to extend going into the last 200 meters of the race. So both K4 so far take the win from Hungary. A big celebration from the boys. Big high five to each other. What a great teamwork they did to achieve that, to get the gold, take the win, and be European champions. There's the official results. Hungary, AANA, and AAMB are your top three, and the Czech crew just missed out by under 0.1 second in fourth. We move on to the junior women K4 event now. In lane 1 in this race, we have Serbia, Horvat, Vukashinovic, Loknar, and Saric. In lane 2, AAMB, Komar, Baranava, Mek, and Jedinovic. In lane 3, Poland, Mikalska, Boruka, Vlodajic, and Piasecka. In lane 4, Spain, Perez, Trinidad, Corredoira, and Alonso. In lane 5 from Hungary, Kadler, Gazdag, Nemet, Kalmar. In lane 6 from Italy, Abastia, Krivici, Talon, Tessarin. In lane 7, AANA, Novikova, Saricheva, Alabina, Volkova. In lane 8, Germany, Muhelkap, Naumann, Hirsch, and Lang. And in lane 9, Slovakia, Vrečkova, Molcanova, Hanakova, and Sobotova. In lane 1 from Serbia, we have the world bronze medalist from earlier this year. Hungary took the win, but with a different crew this time. Same as the Germans who took the silver, but again with a different crew. Into the buckets they go now. They'll be under status orders as soon as all the boats are in.
Ready, set.
And they're off. Great start by the Germans in lane 8. See where they are into the first 100 meters. Slovakia and Germany are slightly ahead of the rest of the field, along with the Spanish in lane 4. But the Hungarians are now coming back up after a slightly slower start compared to the rest of the field. But it looks like they're now already in the lead ahead of the Spanish, Italian, and Germans. Coming up to the first 200 meters of this race now. Hungary still in the lead, followed by Germany and Italy. Coming through the first 250 meters. Hungary in the lead, closely followed by Germany and Italy. Serbia close in fourth at the moment. Going into the last 200 meters of this race now. This is where the pace gets picked up. They try to raise the stroke rate to increase the speed of this big K4 boat and start their sprint finish going into the last 150 meters of the race now. Approaching the last set of red boys now, which means 100 meters to go. Germany are slightly in the lead now ahead of Hungary. You see the AANA crew also coming up along with the Spanish in fight for the third, but nothing's decided yet. We have about 30 meters left of the race now. Looks like Hungary have taken back the lead over the Germans, and Hungary will take the win ahead of Germany and the AANA in second and third. Looks like they're not sure yet. They don't know that they've won. I'm pretty sure they took the gold. They're the European champions. But they don't want to celebrate ahead of time. Just waiting for confirmation from the bank. I wish we could tell them. High five for a great race either way. And now they now they were told they're the European champions in this women's K4 500 meters, and now they get to celebrate. Looks like it's a relief. Big smiles all around. Another high five. Great race by all the girls in this K4, demonstrating the strength and the depth of these young athletes from all nations. You can see here now, slight lead over the Germans to take the win. They didn't know crossing the line. Needed a bit of time before they were told and they could celebrate. So Hungary are the winners, 0.2 seconds behind. Germany in second and silver medal position. And the AANA crew get the bronze. Big hugs from the girls. Getting off the water to go to boat weighing. There's the confirmation. Hungary, Germany, ANA are your medalists. Spain takes fourth, with Slovakia in fifth, Serbia sixth, Italy in seventh, Poland in eighth, and AA and B in ninth. So we'll move on to the under-23s now. We have Italy in lane 1, Zucca, La Calamita, Vianello, Candela. Lane 2, Ukraine, Stalinova, Drustinova, Tomper, Potiscuro. In lane 3, Spain, Novo, Moreira, Rodriguez, and Corral. Lane 4, Hungary, Foyt, Gombas, Tölgyesi, and Petu. Lane 5, Poland, Blechak, Wielczkeva, Lucak, and Zimong. Lane 6, ANA, Vasileva, Kuzmenko, Skribanin, Krachevenko. Lane 7, Portugal, Krapinha, Gomez, Brito, Batista. Lane 8, Serbia, Batelli, Saric, Nasegutin, Ladanin. Lane 9, Great Britain, Montagna, King, Urquhart, and Wong. So we have double Olympic bronze medalist in the Hungarian boat, Sára Foyt. And they're off already. A clean start by the whole race. Came out all together. You see where they are, about 50 meters into the race. Lane 8, the Serbians are in the lead, just ahead of the Hungarians, who now take over the lead. The boat being led by Foyt. A lot of experience she has in racing, and especially in K4, having won the bronze medal at the Paris Olympics in the K4. But she has the medal-winning K2, the bronze medal-winning K2 in seat 3 and 4 behind her. Going through the halfway point. Hungary in the lead. ANA in second and Poland in third, closely followed by the Spanish crew. They're going into the last 200 meters of the race now. In that Hungarian boat, we have a mix of 200 and 500 meter specialists. Tölgyesi raced in the K1 200, just missed the medal, so she'll want a medal to join the others on the podium as well. Extending their lead now, going into the final 100 meters of the race. Poland are in second, and the fight is on for third. between the Spanish and the AANA crew. Looks like no one can take the lead away and the win away from the Hungarians. Last few meters left of this race, extending their lead to almost a boat length. Hungary are your European champions. Poland takes second, and Spain end up taking third. Amazing race by these girls. Very happy with that. High fives and smiles all around. Tölgyesi also gets the medal that she's been dreaming of this weekend as well in front of home crowd. Foyt, Gombás, Tölgyesi and Pető are your European champions. Waving to the fans and their supporters. Matching hair ties for this K4 final. And Poland finished strong to take silver, with Spain in third and getting the bronze medal. So far, every K4 race was won by Hungary. We'll wait for the C4s as well. This is the last few meters, you can see. Big celebrations. Slapping the boat in unison. Big smiles from these girls, as they should have. Here's confirmation. Hungary, Poland, Spain are your top three. AANA, Serbia, Portugal, Ukraine, Great Britain and Italy are as follows after. So Hungary proving to be the best K4 nation here at this championships this weekend. Then we now move on to the C4 Junior Mixed 500 meter event. AIMB in lane 1. Batsvinka, Barsiuk, Maliu and Karzuzi in lane 2. Spain, Ramos, Candon, Perez, Slid in lane 3. France, Perin, Gaudin, Tissot, Di Giorgio in lane 4. Hungary, Fodor, Vagovic, Shomlo and Vig in lane 5. Ukraine, Sushman, Ashaluik, Snir, Budnik in lane 6. Poland, Stanek, Rasak, Simaniska, Fabagovsky in lane 7. AANA, Somova, Ushakova, Chernenko, Kashakian in lane 8. Germany, Prel, Klapchek, Pron and Merder. 8 boats in this final of the Junior Mixed 500 C4 race. So 2 more finals left of this weekend. Mixed C4 races. And the starters' orders now, all in the buckets, ready to go.
Lane 3 forward. Lane 2 forward. Ready, set.
And they're off. This is a fairly new concept, this mixed C4 event. A fun event for both the men and the women to do together. Different tactics in each boat, as you could see. Some of them are stroked by the men, some are stroked by the women. And they obviously have to consider what side each paddler paddles on. The back paddler steers the boat. So you can see now the Germans are leading this race by about half a boat length ahead of the Spanish and the Hungarians. And the AANA crew are closely following them behind. So Germany lead at halfway now. Hungary in second, AANA in third, going through the halfway point, approaching the last 200 meters of this race now. Germany still in the lead, but Hungary are now catching up in the middle of that field. AANA in third, but the Spanish are also challenging for the medals. Looks like Hungary are really trying to take the lead away from the Germans. They won't be able to see each other. They're too far away for that. Going into the last 100 meters of the race. They're pretty much in a line now. Fighting and giving everything that they have. It looks like Hungary might just have the lead over Germany and AANA in third. But we'll have to wait to the last few meters to see who wins this European Championships, who will be European champions. We'll have to wait for the photo finish from that between all three boats. From up here, it looked like Germany might have just taken that from Hungary. It's at least a gold or a silver for Hungary. A swim from the German. Two of the Germans, there's only two left in the boat. So it looks like they've given it to the Germans. He's saying, I'll let the girls paddle me out to the side. And there we can see they pretty much led from the start. We'll wait for the slow motion of the finish line. Looks like Germany just took it from Hungary. So Germany as your European champions. Hungary win the silver. And the AANA crew get the bronze. Another amazing C4 race. Looks like they're very happy with that as well, as they should be. They're the European champions now. These events are always so great to watch. The team spirit between the boys and the girls is something that we like to see. And we have one more final, and the last final of this weekend. The under-23s this time in the C4 mixed 500 meters in lane 2 ANA. Belova, Lukenva, Popov and Lukashevich in lane 3 AMB. Jimon, Papichin, Bubovic and Rohau in lane 4. Ukraine, Desitska, Nahira, Bovkun and Ivanchuk in lane 5. Hungary, Batka, Mitropoulos, Mesaros and Batka. In lane 6, Poland, Kitevsky, Solinska, Lak and Chokov. In lane 7, Bulgaria, Angelova, Kivel, Vasilev and Ivanova. In lane 8, Spain, Ross, Cantero, Oliveira and Oliviares. In the Hungarian C4, it's the two C2s joining forces from the earlier races. Hungary won the European Championships last year. Let's see if they can do it again here in front of the home crowds. They're under starters orders now. And they're off. It looks like Poland might have just gotten the best start out of these boats. There's 7 boats out on the course, but Hungary are now in the lead already by about half a boat length ahead of the rest of the field. Poland in second, with Spain in third. It looks like the Hungarians are leading the way as we get to the first 200 meters of this race. Poland are still in second, with Spain in third. But the AANA crew in lane 2 are also in the fight for that third position at the moment, coming up to the halfway point. So we'll see official standings here at the 250 meters. Hungary, Poland and AANA are your top 3, with Spanish crew closely behind, coming up to the last 200 meters of the race. So this is where the pace will get picked up. The front paddler will increase the stroke rate if they can. You can see the current leaders from Hungary. About 120 meters left of the race now. Poland are in second. And it looks like the AANA crew are in third into the last 100 meters of the race. The Hungarians are only extending their lead now ahead of Poland and the ANA. Looks like no one can take that win away from Hungary. Hungarians will be your European champions, and Spanish end up coming in 4 seconds ahead of the Polish. So Hungary, Spain, Poland are your medalists, but the Hungarians win, and they're the European champions. Amazing race by the Hungarians, led from the start pretty much and only extended their lead going into the last 200 meters of that race. Two C2s joining forces obviously worked out well for this C4. We'll see the replay of that. Already almost a boat length lead at the halfway mark. Couldn't see the Spanish down in lane 8 for a while, but they managed to come up to second. So Hungary win, Spain gets second, and Poland in third. They're your medalists in this event. A great job by them all. So they're your European champions. So that's the end of racing here in Szeged at the Paddle Europe Canoe Sprint Championships. And here's the confirmation of the results. We have the medal ceremonies left of all the finals from today. Otherwise, racing is done now in Szeged. Thank you for joining. Thank you if you joined all 4 days of this competition. I had the best time commentating all the races, and I hope to see you all soon through the screen. And I hope you all have an amazing summer with more canoe races in your calendars, hopefully. Thank you, and see you at the medal ceremonies.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kajak 4-es férfi ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior men in K4 in 500 meters. Medal ceremony for junior men in kayak fours in 500 meters. The medals are presented with Team Ferlinden, Paddle Europe board member, accompanied by Mr. Kapler Viktor, team leader of Hungary. In 2026, at the Paddle Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championships, bronze medalists Tom Hatton, Samuel Dixon, Freddie Hurd, Oliver Mazur, representing Great Britain. Silver medalists Václav Hojní, Mikuláš Hronek, David Mach, David Suk, representing Czechia. Gold medalists and European champions, aranyérmesek, Európa bajnokok, Varga Zalán, Lánci Zarán, Gyarmati Levente, Uram Kristó, Magyarország! K4 in 500 meters. Hölgyeim és uraim, a kajak 4-es férfi U23 500 méteres verseny számára hirdetés a következő. Medal ceremony for medal number 23 in K4 in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Stine Verlinden, Federal Europe Board member, accompanied by Mr. Tóth Dávid, head coach of the Hungarian kayak team. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalists Mihai Yaksin, Ilya Filimonov, Denis Yermolenko, Ivan Guliak, individual neutral athletes. Silver medalists Alexander Rozov, Dmitry Mamchev, Maxim Bukov, Maxim Kamenshkov, individual neutral athletes. Gold medalists and European champions, aranyérmesek, Európa-bajnokok, Kolett Bálint, Akar Tamás, Juhász Máté, Gajdár Dámszai, Magyarország! Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, kérem álljanak fel a magyar nemzeti tiszteletére. Hölgyeim és uraim, ünnepélyes eredményérhetés következik a kajak 4-es női ifjúsági 500 méteres versenyszámban. Medal ceremony for junior women in K4 and 500 meters. Medal ceremony for junior women in Kaya 4 and 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Tukény Roland, Olympic champion kayaker, accompanied by Mr. Kadler Viktor, the leader of Hungary. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and Under 23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalists Sofia Novikova, Kira Saricheva, Arina Alavina, Alexandra Volkova, individual neutral athletes. Judith Mühlenkamp, Kim Naumann, Rebecca Hirsch, Natalie Daniel, representing Germany. Gold medalists and European champions, aranyérmesek, Európa bajnokok, Hudi Kadler Panni, Gazdag Lili Renáta, Németh Háka, Balmár Nóra, Magyarország, Hungary. Polish under 23 women to come to medal ceremony. Zuzanna Blazejczak, Sofia Wiczkowska, Maja Lutak and Dominika Zimno. Please come to medal ceremony. Thank you. We are still waiting for the Polish K4, Blazejczak, Wiczkowska, Lutak and Zimno. Please come immediately to medal ceremony. Thank you. Medal ceremony for women under 23 K4 500 meters. A Kajak 4-es női U23 500 méteres futamányok hirdetése következik. Medal ceremony for women under 23 in kayak 4s in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Tökény Johan, Olympic champion kayaker, accompanied by Mr. Tóth Dávid, Olympic silver medalist, head coach of the Hungarian kayak team. In 2026, at the Paddle Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalists Yaisa Novo, Natalia Moreira, Uxia Rodriguez, Carla Corral, representing Spain. Silver medalists Zuzanna Blazejczak, Sofia Wiczkowska, Maja Lutak, Dominika Zimno, representing Poland. Elismerések, Európa bajnokok. Folyt Sára, Gombás Alisz, Tölgyesi Flóra, Pető Hanna, Magyarország, Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for men under 23 in C1 in 200 meters. Medal ceremony for men under 23 in Canadian canoe sailors in 300 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Vida Gergely, event manager of the organizing committee, accompanied by Mr. Kasher Maxim. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and under 23 sprint championships, bronze medalist Mihai Chihaya representing Moldova. Silver medalist Julius Kitewski representing Poland. Gold medalist and European champion Andrei Zolabau, individual neutral athlete. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Federal Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists, congratulations. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés következik a Kano 1-es férfi vízi 200 méteres versenyszámban. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior men in C1 in 200 meters. Medal ceremony for junior men in Canadian canoe singles in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Liva Gergely, event manager of the organizing committee, accompanied by Mr. Jaroslav Lunacek, representing Team Czechia. In 2026 at the Paddle Europe Junior and Under 23 Spring Championships, bronze medalist Anton Lagares, representing Spain. Silver medalist, ezüstérmes, Molnár Ádám, Magyarország, Hungary. Gold medalist and European champion, Ondrej Prohaska, representing Czechia. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior women in C2 in 200 meters. Medal ceremony for junior women in Canadian canoe doubles in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Team Linden, Federal Europe board member, accompanied by Mr. Kirill Shamshorin. In 2026, Federal Europe Junior and Under 23 Sprint Championships bronze medalists Aitana Montilla, Irene Lajos, representing Spain. Silver medalist Sofia Hushman, Daria Asaroyuk, representing Ukraine. Gold medalists and European champions Elizaveta Somova, Maria Somova, individual neutral athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Federal Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for women under 23 C2 in 200 meters. A női 23 kg 2-es 200 méteres versenyszám eredeti hirdetése következik. Medal ceremony for women under 23 in Canadian canoe doubles in 200 meters. The medals are presented by Ms. Christine Verlinden, Medal Europe board member, accompanied by Mr. Shara Maxim. In 2026, at the Medal Europe Junior and Under 23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalists Yevgenia Korableva, Alina Kovanyeva, individual neutral athletes. Silver medalists, ezüstérmesek, Matkovics Vanda, Molnár Csepke, Magyarország, Hungary. Gold medalists and European champions Angelina Barnabulskaya, Ina Nedelkina, individual neutral athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for junior mix in C4 in 500 meters. Hölgyeim és uraim, ünnepélyes eredményhirdetés a Kenu 4-es ifi mix 500 méteres versenyszámban. Medal ceremony for junior mix in Canadian canoe force in 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Michel Etienne, Chairman of Federal Europe Sprint Committee, accompanied by Mr. Niklas Durdel, representing Team Germany. In 2026, at the Federal Europe Junior and Under-23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalists Elizaveta Somova, Daria Ushakova, Artem Chernenko, Arzemir Kachagin, individual neutral athletes. Silver medalists, ezüstérmesek, Fodor Benedek, Várkovics Eszter, Zsésomló Zsuzsanna, Víg József, Magyarország, Hungary. Gold medalists and European champions, Jonas Frey, Mena Kapheck, Makar Kron, Lia Marder, representing Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Germany. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, következik a Kenu 4-es, U23-as Mix 500 méteres futammeleti hirdetése. Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for Mix in C4 for under 23 in 500 meters. Medal ceremony for under 23 mix in Canadian Chem Force 500 meters. The medals are presented by Mr. Victor Felix, Medal Europe board member and chair of the jury, accompanied by Mr. Foltán László, head coach of the Canadian team. In 2026, at the Fellow Europe Junior and Under 23 Sprint Championships, bronze medalists Julius Kitevsky, Amelia Sortinska, Kajala, Roman Chopok, representing Poland. Silver medalists Daniel Ross, Anya Catero, Valeria Oliveira, David Olivares, representing Spain. Gold medalists and European champions, aranyérmesek, Európa bajnokok, Kisbatka Iringó, Mitropoulos Iliász, Mészáros Milán, Kisbatka Imola, Magyarország, Hungary. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Hungary. Hölgyeim és uraim, kérem álljanak fel a magyar himnusz tiszteletére. Hölgyeim és uraim, az érmesek, gratulálnak, ladies and gentlemen, the medalists, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us. We have a closing ceremony starting soon. Kérem Önöket, hölgyeim és uraim, maradjanak még egy picit. Hátra van még az Európa-bajnokság záró ünnepsége. Pár percre is kezdünk. Ladies and gentlemen, dear athletes, dear guests, now that the races and medal ceremonies of the 2026 Federal Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championships have come to an end, we invite you to stay with us for the closing ceremony of the event. I would like to ask our special guests, Mr. Viktor Felix, board member of Federal Europe, Mr. Milan Kapelan, Secretary General of the Serbian Canoe Federation, and Mr. Gergely Vida, head of event operations of the Hungarian Canoe Federation, to come to the podium. Now I ask Mr. Viktor Felix to officially close the European Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paddle Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championships here at Marty Ed Regatta Course was a huge success. So we must consider the best European Championships ever on these categories. First of all, we'd like to thank the host organizing committee, the Hungarian Canoe Federation, and also the city of Szeged for delivering this high-quality event. Likewise, a special word of thanks to the work done by the staff, officials, and all volunteers involved in the organization. Your dedication was essential for the success of this event. We also want to address all athletes and coaches all the best for your future. You were absolutely fantastic during these 4 days. In recognition of the excellent organization, we want to celebrate this occasion with a special gift for future memory. So, it is with the midst feeling of deep sadness and mission accomplished that I declare the 2026 Paddle Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championship here in Szeged, Hungary, officially closed.
Thank you, Mr. Felix. Ladies and gentlemen, now please rise for the anthem of Paddle Europe. Now I would like to ask Mr. Viktor Felix to hand over the flag to the representative of the next host organizing committee, Mr. Milan Kapelan, representing Serbia. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2026 Paddle Europe Junior and Under-23 Spring Championships. We hope you have enjoyed your time in Szeged and will return home safely with unforgettable memories. I wish everyone a pleasant evening and we look forward to seeing you next time. Goodbye. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim, a záró ünnepéjel véget ért 2026-ban a Matyi a Paddle Europe ifjúsági és U23-as gyorsasági kajakkelő Európa bajnokság. Remélem, hogy jól érezték magukat az elmúlt 4 napban, és felejthetetlen élményekkel térnek haza. Kívánok mindenkinek nagyon biztonságos, nagyon jó hazautat, találkozzunk még a jövőben. Viszontlátásra!